keep up with that pace from
certainly some close.
Wow. Payton.
Payton, congratulations on an unbelievable victory tonight. I guess just talk about your thoughts immediately after on how well you performed tonight.
I thought I did pretty good. I need to watch it back as always, but to take down a former Olympic champion twice is pretty major, especially with his bread and butter. So it's surreal, pretty cool, putting down old Yeller and retiring a GOAT like that.
Your striking looked fantastic as well, but is it the 2 takedowns that you're going to take the most pride in tonight?
I need to rewatch the striking. I felt like I was a little sloppy. I was having a little too much fun, but...
Yeah. You certainly had him hurt a number of times. Were you surprised at just how durable it was? Because it looked like there were a couple times where he was going to break, and he just kind of refused to go away.
Yeah, Henry's tough, man. I think he only got finished once by Demetrius, right? Yeah. So I knew he was going to be pretty tough to finish. I knew it was probably going to be late in the fight if I did get one. But I was hitting him really hard, man. Like, that's the hardest. That's up there on how hard I've hit people. And I saw the decision in him when he was like, I could go out right now or I could fight through this, and he made the decision to fight through it.
Nice. Will you seek his advice, in the future and train with him? And
yeah, he's gonna make a phenomenal coach. Wherever he moves through this, if he chooses to stay in it and coach a little bit, he's gonna be phenomenal at it. So yeah, I'd go and seek his knowledge.
Nice. Last thing for me, there was a point where it looked like you were going to be fast-tracked, that you had the setback, but you looked amazing, and this is a signature win. So where do you see your career progressing at this point? I mean, I know you said you're learning and getting better and improving, but do you hey, throw me in the rankings, throw me in the top now, or is it still just a steady progression for you at your young age?
I don't think I have a choice. I think I'm going to have a number by my name now either way, but this is where I wanted to be. I wanted to be in the top 10 and just swimming with the Sharks. So that's kind of what I wanted out of this. And I was super calm all week because I felt at peace with that, that if I did my job in the cage, then I would have a number by my name at the end of this. So, yeah, I'm at peace with that, and that's what I've wanted from the get-go. I'm not super fixated on the belt. I just want to put on banger fights and fight the toughest guys.
Payton, over here. Side. You said you get the number next to your name, but that could also lead to 5-round main events. Is that something you're looking forward to, getting 2 more rounds to work in there?
I don't know about that. No, I think I could do 5 rounds. Most of my fights at the 3rd round, I'm like, as long as I'm not hurt or anything, I'm like, I could go 1 or 2 more for sure. So I don't think that'll be much of an issue, and I haven't even really been training for that. So once I make that adjustment, I know my body will be fine.
And the fight that you brought up when DJ stopped him, that was also from a strike to the body that you also hurt him, and you were throwing that knee too. Is that something you had planned for, or just kind of saw it in the moment?
I didn't even know that, to be honest, but I did plan to touch his body a lot. I knew that I knew that the cardio would be a factor, especially later on in the fight, and if I invested in the body well, then... And he does this weird thing where he blocks in the middle with his forearms. He's actually kind of hard to hit when he does that. And then you don't know if he's going to shoot on you. So I was like, just touch the body.
Is it difficult fighting someone that much shorter than you? Because even on the broadcast, you're saying Henry against flyweights, a lot of that stuff would work. But when he's fighting up, it tends to backfire on him.
Kinda, yeah. It's like you're punching down. I'm almost hitting his forehead every time. I think most of my best fights have been with a guy that's very close to my height, because it's your body's kind of fit like a puzzle piece. But yeah, I was landing, but it was just awkward. It was a little sloppy.
Did you think Henry would accept the point down at the end?
I think he had no choice. He was holding on to me at the end, and I looked up at the clock, and there was 20 seconds left. I was like, I wanted to do that. And I was like, I need to get away from him. And thankfully, I yanked away, and yeah, I wanted him to go out with a bang like that. So.
And then just last one for me. Did you happen to see the main event between Merab and Petr?
I did see it.
What did you think of the fight?
Phenomenal fight. That was crazy. They both looked unstoppable, like machines. It's crazy, the ceiling of this sport, and the weight class that I'm in right now. So it's really cool to see, and it's inspiring. So I hope to be there someday.
You mentioned that's inspiring. What are some things you took away from that high-level fight you just saw?
Man, you can just never get too comfortable. Like, champion or not, there's always going to be somebody that is just clawing their way up to the top. And the way both of those guys looked, like, based on the night, either one of them would win or probably beat anybody else in this division. So it just kind of shows that you always got to be on your shit. Like, you can't, even when you don't have a fight coming up, you got to really be making those improvements.
Payton over here, congrats on the win. Out of the top 10 bantamweights, like, which guys excite you the most about potentially fighting one day for the fans?
Any of the strikers, honestly. I feel like I've put this like narrative to rest. Like, I've fought 3 wrestlers, so like give me a striker next, and I'll show you guys what I can do, and I'm not worried about a takedown.
Payton, with you now having a ranking next to your name, are you at all concerned that your activity is going to slow down and maybe fight once a year, or hopefully are you hoping to fight twice a year?
I'm hoping to fight twice a year for sure. I guess that's a thing. I kind of learned that today. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, I'm hoping at least twice a year, and I'll just be training in the off time, trying to get better. So,
Congrats.
thanks. Thanks, y'all.
Tatsuro, congratulations on the biggest win of your career. I guess just what's the emotions and the feeling right now after getting this result?
おめでとうございます。キャリアでも一番の勝利になったと思います。今の気持ちを教えてください。
I'm happy, thank you! Yes, feeling amazing.
No translation needed. The opening round was a little bit odd. I guess, can you talk about the position in the opening round? Were you in any danger at all at any point with the legs wrapped around, or were you just simply waiting through the hold?
オープニングラウンドについてぜひ教えてください。あのポジションに入った時になんか危険を感じたりとかっていうのはあった。それとも素直に待ってよっていうぐらいの気持ちだったのか。あの時の頭の中ぜひ教えてください。
1ラウンドの状況っていうのはプラン通りではなかったんですけど、すごい僕がフィニッシュされるっていうプレッシャーは感じなくて、相手に力を使わせて待ってました。
That position in the first round, definitely not something I planned. Wasn't the plan, but I didn't feel any pressure. And at the end, I was more like waiting for him to, keep doing it and kind of losing the energy and getting tired.
Yeah. Then you came out and turned things around in the second. Obviously not your job to stop fights, but did you think the fight was ready to be stopped at that point? And is there any frustration maybe that people are kind of questioning the biggest win of your career and whether it should have been stopped?
2ラウンドに行って、形でフィニッシュとなりましたが、自分自身としては、フィニッシュできたなっていう気持ちなのか、周りの意見としてもまだいけたんじゃないかっていう声も当然こういう形の時は出ると思いますけど、どうでしょうか。
僕的には、なんか彼がモレノがダメージを負ってるっていうのがすごい分かって、2ラウンドの、組んだ時にブランドンに力が入ってないのが分かったので、フィニッシュまで行こうって思ったので、そこまでフィニッシュのタイミングっていうのは驚きはなかったです。
For me, when the second round started, and even before when the pound happened, when I grabbed him and we got scrambled, I felt that his power was definitely low, so I wasn't surprised at all that he would be knocked out in that way.
And how did you end up cage side for the title fight afterwards? Did you ask to be out there? Did the UFC come get you? How did that happen?
タイトル戦をあそこで見てましたけど、あれは自分から希望したんですか、それとも UFC から呼ばれた形になったんでしょうか。
いや、自分希望しました。インタビュー受けてたんですけど、話が入ってこなくて試合見たいって言いました。
I think I can say I asked for it. I was taking interviews, but I mean, I had to watch that fight. I couldn't focus on the interview so much, so I asked.
I think you looked as shocked as any of us as the result. What are your thoughts on what unfolded in the title fight?
みんなが衝撃的だった試合になっちゃったと思いますけど、達郎さんから見てどうですか。
ショックだったけど、終わり方はショックだったけど、ジョシュア・バンの日になったのかなって思います。
Yeah, the ending was a shock, for sure, shocked. But I just say it's Joshua Van's day. It was it was his day.
Yeah. Last thing for me, we don't know, Pantoja's health, but I mean, you called. Do you want that title shot? I mean, do you feel like, hey, that should be the next fight, you and Joshua Van?
パントージャの状態はわからないと思いますけど、今の気持ち的にも、バンとタイラが次であるべきと思ってますか。
Yes, I want to fight Joshua Van next.
Tatsuro, over here, other side. Josh, he didn't take much damage. It doesn't seem like you took much damage. Josh is known to want to fight a lot. So how quickly could you realistically fight Josh in there? Could it be January, February, March, or how long do you need?
2人ともあまりダメージを受けてないように思いますが、タイラとバンと、でかつバンはショートでも戦える選手としても知られてますけど、どんだけ早く、いつ試合が、言われたら戦える状態だと思いますか。
本当にYeah, always I'm ready. Yes.
Did some people online seem to take issue with Josh celebrating like he did, considering it was Pantoja that fell and broke his arm? Did you take any issue to it, or do you understand why Josh was so excited?
ネット上では勝ち方であんなに喜ぶのかみたいなちょっと騒ぎすぎじゃないかみたいな意見もあった、当然出てくると思うんですけど、それをそういうふうに感じたりはしましたか。
いや、本当に試合の予想とかもずっとパントージャって答え続けてきて、でも本当に近くでジョシュア・バンを見ると本当何かを持ってる選手だなっていうふうに感じてたので、初めての、 アジア人での UFC チャンピオン男子、まあ、素直に本当祝いたいなって、おめでとうっていう感じですね、僕は。
For me, seeing Joshua Van during this fight week, I always felt like he might do it. Like he has something that he might make something happen. So I wasn't surprised in that sense. He's the first Asian male champ. I mean, why not? Just celebrate. Congratulations.
Tatsuro over here. Congratulations on the win. We've seen as of late in a lot of these title fights that the champion has a face off with the cage with their next contender. I know the ending probably ruined any plans of that. If so, were you hoping to have been able to get a face off with the winner tonight?
まあ、あの展開になってしまったのでかなわなかったと思いますが、もしかしたらフェイスオフするのかなっていう気持ちもありましたか？
まあ、本当だったらまあ、しっかり決着がついてたら勝った方とフェイスオフがしたかったですけど、まあ本当怪我の仕方っていうのはなんかやっぱりショックだったし、まあ、まあ本当だったらフェイスオフしたかったですね。
Yeah, if it was a good fought match, I would wish that I would do the face-off. But yeah, my gut feeling is I definitely wanted to do that face-off. But I mean, the result was the result. The match was the match.
Tatsuro over here. Congrats on the win. I know the UFC hasn't been back to Japan in a while. You're the face of UFC Japan. Have you had any discussions with the promotion of perhaps fighting at home?
しばらく日本大会ありません。まあ、UFC を代表する日本人選手になられたと思います。何か日本大会について話されたりとかされてますか？
Yes, my dream is UFC bring to Japan. So I want to, I have to more push. I have to more push. Still keep going. Yep.
All right, Tatsuro, how close did it came at the first round? And then were you thinking of something when you were under his leg?
第一ラウンド、まあ、頭の中で何考えてましたかと、まあ、それか危ない瞬間ってありましたか？
まあ、あの状態が危ないとは思わなかったんですけど、まあ、本当にすごいブーイングが聞こえてたのと、まあ、この状況でどうやって1ラウンドをジャッジで僕のラウンドにしようかなっていうふうには、まあ、ずっと考えてました。
I never felt like the danger or anything, but I did hear the boos, of course. I was always thinking like, how can I take this first round?
Now looks like you're the next to challenge the title. Do you want to say something to Joshua Van?
次タイトル、まあもちろん有力候補になったと思いますけど、ジョシュア・バンに向けて何かメッセージはありますか？
まあジョシュア・バンとは裏でもあったし、まあ、おめでとうっても伝えたので、まあ、次やろうっていうふうに言って、まあ、彼もいいよって感じだったんで、まあ、裏では決まりました。
Well, we actually just met backstage. I said congratulations. We'll see each other next fight, and he was like yes. So backstage wise, the title fight is already set.
Okay, last question. Do you really think you will be the first Japanese UFC champion?
日本人初の UFC チャンピオンになると思いますか？
Yes, I will be champion soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Josh, congratulations. Is there any particular reason you've chosen to sit up there with this rather small belt rather than the larger championship belt that was awarded to you in the cage?
It was just too heavy, man.
Can you put into emotions? I mean, I imagine you're still processing, right? Because there's this build to this moment, and you don't really get the whole fight, like everything that you were expecting, but you get the reward that you wanted, right? So can you put into words, just process what you're feeling right now?
Man, like I said, it was this whole week. It was kill or be killed. You know, I knew I was going to win the fight, but I didn't want the fight to end that way for sure. And as soon as he's recovered, man, I want to run it back. You know, just because I respect him so much. He's one of the greatest of all time and things like that. So I do want to run it back with him.
Yeah. You didn't get a lot of time to feel him out in there, but he was very aggressive. You had some great exchanges early on. Yes. I mean, how were you reading him early? How did it play out versus what you were expecting?
It was everything I expected. You know, he's aggressive, and like I said, he's a champion for a reason, man.
Yeah. Is your idea that, hey, let's see how he's doing would you prefer to run it back with him first before someone else? Does it matter? Does it matter who you face next, knowing that you want to face him eventually?
I would say it don't matter, but like I said, man, I feel like he deserves it. You know what I mean? So. Whatever the UFC want is what I'm going to do next, but I do want to run it back with him for sure.
Yeah. It's been incredible the pace you've kept to get here. Do you need a break now? Do you need some rest? Or are you like, hey, let's get me in February? Can you keep this pace? What's your plan as champion?
I want to be the active champion for sure, but I'm taking this month off.
A month off, nice.
A month off, yes.
And I guess last thing for me would be, what would you say to somebody that says, I can't count that guy as a real champion? That fight didn't really play out. What would you say to him?
Fuck them. Yeah. If you do good, they will talk shit. And if you do bad, they will talk shit. So do what makes you happy, you know what I mean? So it don't matter what they think, man. I won.
Josh, over here. Tatsuro was in here, and he said he ran into you backstage, and you met, and he said in his mind the fight's already booked. So can you elaborate on that meeting, and what did you make of his performance?
Yeah, he looked great tonight, you know what I mean? Like I said, I do want to give the champ, I am the champ now, but I do want to give Pantoja a rematch for sure. But like I said, whatever the UFC want, you know what I mean? So whatever it is, man, they got my number, so.
You're famous for just being incredibly active and all, but it's adding those 2 extra rounds. Are you going to be able to keep up this activity? Because we just saw Merab in the main event, it seemed to maybe 4 title fights in 1 year maybe catches up to you near the end. Do you think you can stay this active as champion?
I ain't never been a champion, so I don't know. You know what I mean? So this is my first time being a world champion, and I'm going to see what's up. My first camp as defending this title, I'll see how hard it is and things like that. So, and we go from there. But I do want to fight at least 3 times a year, every year. So maybe if we could push it 4, 5, let's go.
Oh, and then just last one for me. Normally when a champion from another country gets their first belt, they go home and they have a parade. They have the videos of their country meeting them in the airport. So have you thought of that yet, going back to Myanmar with the belts and the scenes in the airport and getting the parade and the hero's welcome and everything?
I do want to go back to my country if it's possible, but right now it's the government and all these things going on and stuff like that. So hopefully soon I will be able to go back home, but yes, I do want to go back for sure.
Josh, how does it feel to be the first homegrown Fury FC champion?
It's crazy, right? I started with Fury from amateur to pro, and now UFC champ, you know what I mean? So, and I got to give a shout out to my teammate, you know what I mean? Shout out to Micah, Houston Marza, and Dakota Hope, and things like that. They was helping me this whole camp, you know what I mean? And shout out to 4 Ounce Fight Club, 4 Ounce to Aslan Boxing Gym, Temple Construction, they helped me. They helped me a lot this camp.
With the UFC going back to Houston, obviously you're probably not going to be fighting that card, but is it going to be nice to be in the crowd as the champion?
It'd be dope. Yes.
Congrats, man.
David here with MMA Myanmar. First of all, congratulations, Josh.
Thank you.
Do you want to say something to Pantoja and his family?
Well, Pantoja is a great champion, so hey, man, I hope you recover quick, and maybe we can run it back.
Okay, thank you. Did you say something to your mom or your mom say something to you right after the fight? If so, what was it?
I don't know what I said, bro. I was in the moment, so I don't know.
Okay, do you want to say something to your mom now then?
I love you, Mom.
Thank you. So, if Dana or UFC listen to you, where do you want your next fight to be? Like somewhere close to Burma, or where do you want it to be?
Like I said, man, at the end of the day, I'm just a fighter. Whatever the UFC want is what I'm gonna do next.
All right. Okay. So last thing from me again. တန်းနေချီတဲ့မြန်မာပြည်သက်တီကြည်နေတယ်ပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်တို့အားပေးကြတယ်ဆိုတော့မြန်မာပြည်သက်တီတန်းနေချီတဲ့မြန်မာပြည်သက်တီအတွက်နောက်ဆုံးစကားလေးတစ်ခုပြောပြပါဦး
ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာပြည်သက်တွေတို့ကျွန်တော်ရုံးဝတ်တာပါတယ်ပြီးရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ချန်ပီယံတစ်ခုဖြစ်သွားပြီကမ္ဘာလုံးကကျွန်တော်တို့မြန်မာကိုတီးလိုက်မယ် yeah
Thank you ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်
thank you
Josh over here to your left. Congratulations on the win tonight. At one point last year, we thought you were going to fight Tatsuro in June, and fast forward, we're now here where we potentially could see that fight for a belt. So, did you expect your guys' career to take off the way it did since that point?
Yeah, it's crazy, right? I knew for a fact that we gonna run into each other. You know what I mean? It's either now or later in the chapter. You know what I mean? So, like I said, man, whatever the UFC got planned, I'll do it.
Given how you guys have both evolved in such a short amount of time, how differently do you approach that fight this time around compared to how you would have done last year?
I would have whooped his ass last year. Same thing. That's the way I feel every time.
Josh over here. Congrats on the victory. Congratulations on the last 18 months. 18 months ago, you had a knockout loss to Charles Johnson. You've obviously rebounded so well. Is that a fight you'd like to get back one day?
Well, he got yeah.
And 2 victories ago, you bought your mom a house. What are you getting her besides the belt?
I don't know. That's a surprise. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right, gang. The attendance was 18,603. The gate was 4.7 million. Fight of the night, Merab and Jan, Iwo and Torres, performance of the night. But we will be throwing a lot more money around than that tonight. Before we get into it, I want to thank Bob Iger, Kevin Mayer, Jimmy Pitaro, Burke Magnus, Matt Kenny, Glenn Jacobs, and everyone else at ESPN for all their hard work and helping build the sport and the brand over the last 7 years. The relationship with ESPN has been incredible. It's been a really good experience, and we appreciate everything they did for us. Who's got the first question?
Fantastic. I guess Cejudo, does he get his unofficial $50,000 bonus?
Who?
Henry Cejudo.
It's official.
Very nice.
Where'd that come from? Oh, did he tell you? Was he in here or something?
The audio made it out that you guys were talking or whatever.
All right.
So, no, this, like you said, incredible night of fights, a lot of great performances. But the main event, Petr Yan, a masterclass there. Can you just talk about his performance, especially given how one-sided that fight was the first two times that those guys competed?
Yeah, it's incredible. We were looking for a fight, and we were in Jersey, and Merab was the main event of that fight, and we ended up signing him. And Matt Serra literally told me that night, this guy is going to be your world champion, and he's a special fighter, I'm telling you. And Matt Serra was absolutely right. One of the toughest fighters that I've ever come across. And let's just say, Merab and I didn't get off on the right foot early on. I have nothing but respect for him and everything that he's accomplished. And and for Petr to come in and do what he did tonight, and I mean the body shots and the head shots and the wrestling. I mean, it was an incredibly high level fight. That was, what a hell of a way to end the ESPN era.
Yeah, it really was. Do you think, there is a case for a trilogy, right? I'm sure Merab's going to need some time off after that, but are you thinking about trilogy right now between these two, or do you feel like Petr Yan did enough tonight to move on to other challenges?
You know the answer to this question. I'm not thinking about anything tonight other than, that tonight was a great night of fights, and I don't know.
Yeah. As great as the main event was, the co-main event was shocking, right? Nobody saw that coming. I guess your reaction to the way that thing played out.
Yeah, Van was all bummed out. When I got in there, he said, sorry about this. I said, listen, man, there's nothing to be sorry about. I said, it's a shitty way to lose the fight. There's no shitty way to win a fight. So you won. It is what it is. Things happen in here. And congratulations.
Do you have a medical update yet on Pantoja? Do we know what his status is?
Yeah, they popped his shoulder back in. I thought it was the elbow.
I did too.
No, it was not the elbow.
Shoulder?
It was his shoulder. And they popped it back in backstage. And, now they got to do, MRIs and check out the ligaments and see how it is. So we don't have a time frame on how long he'll be out.
I know the Tuesday answer as well, but given the way that thing played out, if he's okay, do you run that one back right away? Do you see what he's doing first?
I don't think no matter what happens, listen, I'm no fucking doctor or anything, but I don't see him coming back anytime soon. I think that there would be a defense before he comes back. I think he's going to need some time. The healing process and sometimes, or most of the time, I would say ligaments are worse than a break. So he's got to come back from that, and then how long till he starts striking again and stuff like that. So, yeah, there'll probably be a defense before.
Nice. Last thing for me, obviously, like you said, the end of the ESPN era, the start of the Paramount Plus era. We saw today the Ultimate Fighter will be there. Dana White's Contender Series will be there. It seems like a lot of sports leagues right now are like splitting up programming and sending it to different channels and different places. Why was that not the strategy for the UFC? Why did it make more sense to put everything on Paramount Plus?
Well, the answer is we're really lucky that Paramount Plus wanted everything. So these guys have already been incredible partners. So their team is all fired up. My team's all fired up, and we're really looking forward to this. Yeah.
Dana down here. Obviously, you said about the Paramount era coming up. That would mean the end of pay-per-views potentially for the UFC. When you look at the marketplace right now, what do you think it does to take the UFC off pay-per-view and make it more accessible for the fans? How much bigger can it make the sport? What do you think will happen with that?
Huge. And the amount of marketing that these guys are going to do, for the UFC on their platform is just, it's impossible for the sport not to get even bigger. It was $1,200 or $1,300 a year to be a fan, this year. It's going to be $120 next year, something like that for the entire year. So, and we have, huge fights coming up. The White House fight alone will be madness.
You've mentioned how aggressive Paramount want to be in promoting this sport and stuff like that. Are you anticipating seeing like fighters cameo in their shows, maybe more like massive promos that we've seen before in the past? What are you expecting from them in terms of promotion?
Well, I mean, is what I'm looking at now. Just the spend that they're doing, and if you guys are home Thanksgiving, watching the games, it was everywhere, and like 55 million people watched. I mean, just as that starts to happen over several years, it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Do you expect this is kind of going to force other promoters, particularly in boxing, to get off pay-per-view as well? If you're offering this value for a much lower price, do you think they're going to have to change their tactics?
Well, I'm them.
What did you think of the WBC stripping Terence Crawford of his belt?
Listen, if you look at how this thing's playing out, first of all, let me say this. I love that all these boxing guys love the Ali Act the way it is now. I want to see how many of them actually stay there and do that version of the Ali Act instead of the add-on that we're going to do. You know what I mean? You don't have to be a fucking rocket scientist to see what's going on with all these guys. They're all these guys that are crying the loudest are the fucking problems. They're the problem, every one of these guys. And, Crawford, nobody told Crawford to say anything. Crawford's his own man doing his own thing, and that's how he feels. And we'll see how this thing plays out in the next couple of years.
Are you surprised by this frosty reception from the other boxing promoters?
No, not at all. Not at all. But here's the thing that's great for fighters is that they have options, All these promoters are saying the Ali Act is perfect and this is the way it should be. I want to see them all stay in it. I want every one of them to stay in the Ali Act as it is now for the next however many years. Right. I fucking guarantee you they won't.
Two more quick ones from me. You said earlier this year that in the new deal, we should see fighter bonuses going up. Do you have any idea what that looks like yet? And can we expect that to be in place for the first event on Paramount?
Yeah. No, I don't have any answers for that yet, but okay. Yes, probably.
Okay. And last one from me. Tom Aspinall did interviews recently saying that his eye is not better. He was a little bit disappointed with some comments you made. Have you spoke to Tom? Do you know anything about that? And what's your reaction to what he said?
I have not. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I don't remember exactly what I said. What did I say? That his
just said you think that
I think his eyes are okay. Yeah.
Since no more pay-per-view, David with MMA in Myanmar.
Hold on, sir. I'm still talking to this guy.
Sorry, my bad.
Here's the thing. So obviously, and I know Tom said, I haven't even talked to him and all that stuff, but we have people all over him right now, checking up on him, making sure he's good. Does he need any help or, any specialists? Yeah, I'm no doctor. I'm just saying what I've heard. And that was in no way, it wasn't said in a way that they're like, oh, what do you think? I said, I think he's fine. It wasn't like that. I said, I think Tom's eyes are good. He's going to take some time, heal, come back to, that's all I said. I wasn't saying anything negative toward him. And I think that things can be taken out of context, or he didn't see what I said, because I don't even remember what the fuck I said. But never once did I say anything negative about him or, in a derogatory way. I'm sure he's upset and fired up, and, he'll get better, and we'll get him back in there. Yes, sir.
Right. So thank you. I'm sorry about the first one.
That's all right.
Since there is no more pay-per-view, the fighter they used to get cut from pay-per-view, now, are you going to replace, based on the view or something like that, and pay the fighters?
Yes. There is a model that we have figured out that can figure out how to pay guys based on pay-per-view still.
Okay, thank you. And now Josh got the belt, and it's been a while since UFC held event in Singapore. And since there's a lot of Burmese and Myanmar fans in Singapore, do you have any plan to go back to Singapore soon?
Yes, but it's funny. He was just asking me questions about what could happen next. Literally, as soon as that fight was over, we started thinking Japan. We haven't been to Japan in a long time, so I already got Pete Dropic looking for venues in Japan. But yes, we will be back to Singapore.
Possibly Joshua Wen and Tatsuro in Japan.
Who?
Joshua Wen and Tatsuro fighting for the belt in Japan.
Yeah. Yes. That's not. I know I'm gonna fucking read tomorrow that he said it's in Japan. That I like the idea. It's a great idea. I don't know if it's possible to pull off, but yes, that's what I would like to do.
All right. Thank you. Last thing from me. Can you say hello to a lot of millions of Burmese fans, Myanmar fans?
Hi, Burmese fans. Thank you.
All right.
Happy holidays.
Dana.
All right.
Over here. Big win for Payton Talbott. Had a couple takedowns on Henry Cejudo. Looked like he was having fun in there. What did you make of Payton's performance? And it seems like you have a budding superstar on your.
I could not agree with you more. He looked incredible tonight. The distance, the range, picking him apart on the outside, the takedowns, and again, much like the main event. I mean, Henry Cejudo showed tons of heart, took some big shots tonight, and kept fighting right to the end. So. It was a hell of a night for fights.
And then on Henry Cejudo, what is he meant to the promotion? I know he obviously retired when he was in his prime, but he came back, and even Payton was in here, and he said, Henry he still has it.
So I was very unhappy when he retired. I thought that was a really bad idea. He was in the prime of his career, and he and I talked about that tonight backstage. But yeah, the guy's had a hell of not just a hell of a fight career, just a hell of an athletic career. He's married, they're building a house, it's all good shit.
And unrelated to this fight card, we haven't got to speak to you since all the big title fight announcements. Fans were a little surprised, I think, at the interim title and then the main event in Australia. Probably wasn't the matchups they thought were going to happen. So I guess why did you settle on Justin and Patty and Diego and Volk rather than Armin or anything like that?
Yeah, that's the way it played out in the war room. Yeah.
Hey, Dana, right here, please.
Yep.
Want to ask about the fight that opened the prelims. Faris Ziam, he got a big win with a huge elbow knockout against Nazim Sadikov. Fares has won 6 fights in a row. This is the biggest win streak for a non-ranked fighter in the whole UFC. Would you consider right now Faris Ziam would deserve to fight a top 15 contender in the lightweight division?
Somebody help me with that one.
Faris Ziam from France had a very good fight today, and he was a 6th win in a row. Is the longest winning streak of an unranked fighter in the UFC. So would you consider him? What did you say? What was it? Top 15 fight for him?
I'm sure we would. Yeah. Again, those are things like the Japan thing. These things are kind of stuff that'll pop up during the night that we think about and dive into it. But most of these other decisions aren't even talked about until Tuesday. But the answer is yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dana, we all know your love of the rankings, your involvement with Meta, partnership with the UFC. Can we expect to see any update in the AI rankings that we've heard about for the last year heading into 2026?
Yeah, I literally just came out of a 3-day board meeting in Hawaii for Meta, and we were talking about, not only are we talking about rankings, but a lot of other things that we would integrate into the show with AI, and not just UFC, but boxing too.
A couple investigation questions. UFC 322, obviously there was a big melee with Dylan Dennis and Islam's team. Eric Adams, the mayor, came out and said there was a full investigation that was going to be happening. Can you provide any update on what?
I don't know jack shit about that.
Okay.
I know nothing.
And last one from me. Back in November, the Isaac Delgarian fight fixing stuff. Obviously, there's a long investigation going on in that. Can you provide any updates on what's going on with that?
Since the last time I talked about it, I don't know anything else. I know that obviously what you know, the FBI is investigating, and I don't know anything else.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dan, right here. February will be 25 years since you first appeared on UFC television as president and CEO now. I believe in 2019 you announced you had signed a 7-year extension for your position. That would bring it to next year. Have you signed anything new since then, or is this a contract year for you?
I have been extended.
For how long?
That's a good question. 5 years? Yeah? Another 5-year extension. Literally this year.
Okay, congrats. Over the course of these 25 years with Henry Cejudo retiring tonight, I believe Cale Harrison is the only Olympian left in the UFC currently on the roster. If I had asked you 25 years ago, like, there's only going to be 3, 4, 5 Olympians who became UFC champions, would you think that's a good number, or would you have expected it to be higher?
That's a good question. I don't know. If you'd asked me back then, I was curious if we would even still be around today, let alone Olympians. But yeah, I guess it's a respectable number. I'm surprised that more Olympians that wrestle don't try to get into the UFC. But I think there's a big difference between wrestling and actually being able to get punched in the face.
Is Gable Steveson on your radar?
Very much so.
When do you think we could see him? Like, how many more fights do you want to see him outside?
I don't know, but
yeah.
he's on the radar big time.
Yeah. Well, one more Olympian question. There was that report that Ronda Rousey could be facing Katie Taylor. I wonder what you thought about that one.
Total bullshit.
Is Ronda in talks to come back? These rumors keep swirling around there.
No.
No?
No.
Do you want to see her back in combat sports?
But that's up to her. You know what I mean? I personally cannot say enough good things about Ronda Rousey. My experience with Ronda Rousey, when she was going to the WWE called me to ask. I said, I'm telling you right now, she'll be the greatest athlete you ever worked with over there. I'm telling you, I can't say enough good things about her. She was great when she was here.
And last thing on lightweight, Arman Tsarukyan, obviously the odd man out now. We expect Ilya to be unifying against the interim title winner, which would make a long runway for his
I wouldn't
title.
say that he's the odd man out. He had an opportunity, and you guys know how that played out, and he's gonna have to work his way back. I don't give a shit what the number says. He's gonna have to work his way back. There's just too much goes into this for those type of things to happen. We had a little. We were talking back in my room tonight, and we were talking about all the crazy shit that's happened over the last 20-something years. But you can't do that. You can't get the opportunity, and then it can't end that way. So he's got to work his way back.
So the message is take the next fight you offer him, obviously?
No, I mean, he obviously. He knows what's going on. I don't give a shit what everybody else says. He knows what's going on, and he's got to work his way back to that title shot. Yep.
Dan over here.
Yep.
Congrats on the extension. First off, I just saw you mentioned there the bit about your boxing venture. So just curious, is there like a timeline for when we can see these Zuffa boxing announcements, like events and fighter signings you guys may have?
What? Somebody help me with that one. I don't hear well.
Can you repeat it here? Okay.
Is there a timeline for when we can expect announcements for Zuffa boxing events or maybe fighter signings you guys have in the works?
Announcing who we've signed?
For Zuffa. For fighters announcing who you signed.
Yeah. When are we doing that, Lene? Soon? It's coming soon.
There we go. And I know you mentioned there Japan. I know the process to go back to a country you haven't been for in a while is a lengthy process, obviously, but just from this point of view, have you guys at least thrown out the Saitama Super Arena for a potential venue?
Arena in Japan, the Saitama Super Arena. Would you consider that kind of arena in Japan?
I don't know. We would have to get together with our team, and Pete Dropic runs that department, and we'll be fishing around for what's available, what's possible, and we'll figure it out.
First, just seeing Macy Barber, everything that she's been through, and then to come back. What did you think of her performance and getting back in the cage today?
Yeah, she's one of those kids that came in and said, "I'm going to win everything. I'm going to, be your youngest champion. I'm going to, So she's, I'm happy for her.
And then the other one is, we talked about, Mike asked you about 25 years, but there's been these milestones along the way. The Ultimate Fighter, first fight on Fox, ESPN era, now that's over, going to Paramount. Like, do you take these steps to kind of analyze where you've been and where you're going? And do you use those personal milestones to kind of analyze just everything that's happened?
No, I mean, if you look at it, we bought our way onto TV, on Spike TV, right? Then, crazy-ass story. I've told parts of it. NBC, we were supposed to be on NBC. We were supposed to be on NBC. We were going to buy a network. We were going to do all this shit, and Vince McMahon fucked that all up. So last minute we get into a negotiation with Fox because I had a good relationship with Eric Shanks from DirecTV, and then ESPN happens after the sale. It's all been like the perfect. Everything has worked out the way that it was supposed to work out. And looking down the barrel of Paramount now, I mean, these guys are incredible partners. So it's all playing out the way it's supposed to.
And then you started this kind of thanking some of the ESPN folks, but I guess just how would you assess what this era has been for the company and for you?
Well, if you think about when we started, we bought our way onto Spike TV, and we couldn't get covered by ESPN. So to finally do an ESPN deal, and then now leaving the ESPN deal, being very positive about it, and talking about what a great experience it was, it's great, And for us to be in a position, it's like he was asking me earlier about the boxing guys, right? All these guys bitching like nobody has a TV deal. Nobody has a TV deal, and if you think back to boxing, these guys were on, I always talk about USA's Tuesday Night Fights, ESPN's Friday Night Fights, HBO, Showtime. The list goes on and on of all the networks that these guys have been on, and they just keep blowing it, right? And, we're the only ones now with a television deal in boxing. So I don't even know what the fuck I was talking about 2 seconds ago that got me on this. But anyway, it's been great. Every partner we had was who we were supposed to have along the way. And like I said, ESPN definitely helped take us to a whole nother level. I mean, the leader in sports, and you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah.
Dana over here. Yesterday, Derek Lewis took over the seasonal press conference. Is Paramount Plus ready for a Derek Lewis post-fight victory speech?
Is the White House ready for Derek Lewis? President Trump loves Derek Lewis. Loves Derek Lewis. And he hasn't told me to do anything. The president hasn't said, to this guy. But he will not stop talking about Derek Lewis. So it's a big fight for Derek coming up. Yeah. You done with me? Yeah? Happy holidays. Well, I guess I'll see you next week, right? Thank you.
Peter, congratulations on an incredible performance tonight. I can't imagine that it could have gone much better, but as you sit there, how do you feel about how the way things played out tonight?
Поздравляю, невероятное выступление сегодня. Не думаю, что что-то могло еще лучше пройти, но в принципе ты сейчас здесь сидишь, оцени, как это прошло.
Спасибо большое, очень приятно ваше внимание. Я очень рад, что пояс вновь оказался у меня.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy with all of your attention. I'm very happy that the belt is back in my hands.
Nice. At what point in the fight did you feel like this is definitely going to be my night? Like, I mean, you were out wrestling and you were out striking him, but when did you say, I'm definitely the better man tonight?
Когда ты понял в бою, был ли момент, когда ты понял, что ну точно этот бой мой, сегодня мой вечер, я выиграю, и был ли такой момент переломный?
Ну, чтоб типа я точно так думать, я так не думал. Я знал, что мне нужно каждый раунд показывать свою инициативу, показывать урон наносить.
You know, I don't know if there was actually a moment when I realized, you know, the fight is mine. I knew that the entire time I had to push my initiative. I had to make sure to give damage, to damage him. So there wasn't like an actual moment where I knew.
Я же понимаю, я дерусь дома у чемпиона. Я прилетел сюда 30 часов с другого континента. Я понимаю, чтобы выиграть у человека дома, нужно это сделать очень явно.
I understand, you know, that I'm fighting in the champion's hometown. This is his backyard. I flew 30 hours to get here. I knew that in order for the belt to go in my hands, I had to make sure to leave no stone unturned, no questions.
Nice. And kind of two major accomplishments tonight, right? Like getting the title back, but also winning against a guy that, you know, didn't go so well the first time around. Which one is sweeter? Is it being champ again, or is it proving that first result wasn't the way it should go between you?
Если так подумать, то сразу две заслуги в один и тот же вечер. Во-первых, да, понятно, обратно забрал пояс, но забрал ты у человека, которого не так все хорошо, не пошло по плану в прошлый раз. Что для тебя слаще?
Это очень приятно. Реванши, они всегда более, возможно, профессиональный подход к ним у меня. Ну и опять же, вот это на кону огромнейшая мотивация.
You know, it's an incredible feeling. With rematches that I said before, I do better. It's like I'm more intelligent in the rematches. And of course, this thing right here, this is the motivation.
Yeah. Obviously, you want to enjoy everything now, but do you feel there's a need for a trilogy with Merab at some point, or is it done at this point?
Понятно, сейчас время как бы насладиться этим, но думаешь ли ты, что все-таки трилогия неизбежна?
Я думаю, Мерабу надо сейчас опять посетить джакузи с мальчиками, отдохнуть, а там посмотрим.
You know, I think Merab should really just get the boys, get into the jacuzzi, think about it, and then we'll see.
I almost can't follow that up. Last thing for me. What is your plan this time as champion? Like, do you have certain goals that you want to accomplish in this run, or a certain path that you see yourself following in this championship run?
В данный момент планы на чемпионство какие у тебя? Ты хочешь быть активным, у тебя есть какие-то имена, какие-то планы или что будет?
Я никогда в жизни не выбирал себе, с кем драться. То, что UFC планирует, матчмейкинг, полный газ.
You know, I never chose what to do as a champion. I never chose my opponents. Whatever the UFC, whatever the organization tells me to do, let's go. Pedal to the metal.
Smash everybody.
Петя, привет, я здесь. С победой тебя, всю твою команду. Поздравляю. Скажи, вот если бы все-таки пришлось выбирать, ты бы выбрал бы следующий бой? Трилогию с Мерабом или бой с Умаром? И кого ты считаешь соперником более опасным, более сильным?
Congratulations on the victory, Peter. So if you had to choose, what do you think is the next step? A trilogy with Merab or a fight against Umar? And who do you think is a more dangerous opponent?
Вы же видели бой Мераба с Умаром. Вы видели, как он прошел, как он проходил. Кто более опасен был?
But you saw the fight of Merab versus Umar. You saw the way that fight went. So who's more dangerous?
Они могут провести реванш, и мы посмотрим.
They can rematch, and then we can see what happens.
Спасибо.
Peter over here, congratulations on becoming champion again.
Вы просто, опять же, понимаете, чтобы я повторно подрался за пояс, UFC 3 боя дали, чтобы я провел 3 боя. Очень долго я к этому шел, понимаете?
You know, just understand the fact that for me to get the opportunity to fight for the belt again, UFC made me go 3 more fights before I was able to get into the contender position again.
Но как, извини, ну как мы видим, некоторым дают сразу, там, условно, Перейры.
But as you see, some guys get it right away, like let's say Pereira.
Перейра — это звезда. Он много боев выиграл, он был чемпионом, да.
Pereira is a star, you know. I mean, he won a lot of fights. He's been the champion before, so there's a difference.
Peter over here. So you mentioned your wife and 2 kids in your post-fight speech. Did you get a chance to speak to them yet? And how excited are you to celebrate with your family?
Ты говорил в октагоне про жену, про то, что скучаешь за детьми. Получилось ли у тебя уже с ними пообщаться?
Да, конечно, я позвонил сразу. Блин, они очень рады. У меня 2 сына, одному 9 лет, одному 5, они уже взрослые, все понимают, смотрят бои. Я думаю, что им очень приятно, вот как я приеду домой.
Yeah, of course, I spoke to them right away. You know, I have 2 sons. One's 9, one's 5. They understand everything. They watch the fights, and I'm sure they're really, really happy for me, and I'm sure they cannot wait for me to bring this home.
And I know Merab fights near his home in Vegas, right? But where would be the ideal location for you to fight your next fight?
Сказал, что Мераб дерется у себя дома, а для тебя какая локация будет самой удобной на следующий бой?
Да мне вообще без разницы. Я сюда летел 30 часов. Как я могу уговорить? Блин, хоть на Аляске я буду там.
I don't care. I flew 30 hours to get here. I don't care. Put me on Alaska, anywhere.
12 часов разница со временем, с моим домом. Абсолютно разные климатические условия там. Блин, куда, скажите, и все.
12-hour time difference, completely different climates, continents. Just tell me where. That's it.
Congratulations, champ.
Give me location.
Someone over here, Peter. Congrats on the win. You mentioned that the first time you guys fought, you had a pre-existing injury. So was tonight like a sigh of relief for maybe what you should have showed the first time, in your opinion?
Ты сказал, в первом бою у тебя была травма. Сегодня для тебя было как выдох, да? Показать, что ты можешь сделать, когда у тебя нету травмы.
Вы все видели сами.
You saw everything yourself.
Peter, obviously that first fight, you've told us that you were physically compromised. How annoying was it to hear people sort of write off your chances in a rematch when you knew how compromised you were, and then how exciting and fun is it to vindicate yourself by performing tonight?
Ты единственный, кто знал, насколько серьезная была твоя травма в первый раз. И в этот раз такое впечатление, что люди просто на тебя не ставили, совсем думали, что ну он ничего не сделает, мы же в первом бою видели. Насколько для тебя это было как отомстить тем людям, которые говорили такие вещи про тебя? Доказать.
Я знаю одно, что для всех хорош и всем нравится по жизни ты не будешь. Вот. Я не хочу быть для кого-то там, каким-то там, являться или там. Я такой, какой я есть. Поэтому любите, не любите, это ваше личное дело.
You know, the one thing I know is you cannot be liked by everyone in life, right? So for me, I am who I am. So you like me, you don't like me, you say things, whatever. I am who I am.
Я просто люблю то, что я делаю. Вот. Если у меня есть, так сказать, подвижники, те, кому это нравится, значит, мы одна команда.
You know, I just like what I do, and if there's those people that see that I get joy from doing what I do, then we are a team. We are one team.
Was the final takedown in the last 10 seconds a little bit of a message to Merab?
Последний проход, который ты сделал, когда ты его перевел в конце боя, это просто была небольшая галочка ему поставить, да, небольшое сообщение послать.
Блин, что вам еще сказать, я не знаю. Вот. Просто сегодня был мой вечер. Вот.
I don't know what else I can tell you. It's just tonight was my night.
If Sean O'Malley wins in January, is there a rematch that you'd like to fight?
Если он победит в январе, ты хочешь с ним реванш?
Brother. Блин. Я слышал последнее какое-то интервью, что когда он услышал, что я сказал, что у него вид, как у девушки с дороги, да, я на себя посмотрел со стороны, это реально так. Я его встретил буквально где-то там, видеозапись на днях, блин, он вообще не поменялся.
You know, when I heard that, he didn't like the fact that I said that he looks like a lady from a corner because of the way he looks, and then he saw himself and he was like, oh boy, maybe he was right, and I had to change myself. I just saw him somewhere, or maybe a video of him a couple hours ago, still looks the same.
Он вообще не поменялся. Зачем он мне нужен?
He didn't change. What the heck do I need him for?
Я хочу, чтобы люди менялись в лучшую сторону.
I want people to improve themselves.
Petr, can you just speak on how gratifying it is to have that belt in you now, especially in front of you now, especially if you think back to the night where you need Aljamain Sterling in the head and it just seemed like things could never get back on track from there?
Расскажи, какие ощущения сейчас перед тобой этот пояс, особенно по сравнению с тем, какие были ощущения, когда прошел этот удар коленом в голову Алджамейну и казалось, что теперь уже только вниз.
Блин, я вообще в шоке был от происходящего. Но вот этот характер бойца по жизни, опять же, если ты любишь это дело, ты делаешь. Я просто люблю это дело, поэтому я здесь.
You know, I was personally shocked by that whole skid of going down that road, but this is just a fighter's character. You know, as a fighter, you see when somebody loves what they do, and I want to tell you, I love what I do.
And you were winning that fight with Aljamain, the first one, until that mistake happened. You weren't able to get a title defense in that reign. How important is it to you now to get one and many more in this title reign?
Стерлингом ты тот бой выигрывал по факту, да, до этого фола. У тебя не получилось тогда сделать защиту своего пояса. Насколько для тебя важно сейчас с этим поясом в этот раз провести защиту этого пояса?
Брат, мне вообще без разницы. Блин, вот сейчас есть, я шел за ним. Защита будет 100%. Кто бы это ни был.
You know, man, I don't care. It took me so long to get here and get what's rightfully mine. There's definitely going to be a defense. It doesn't matter who.
Я многое поменял реально в своем профессиональном подходе, в своем тренировочном процессе. Если вернуться 5 лет назад, когда я первый раз дрался за пояс с Жозе Алдо, не было у меня такого вот осознанного, прям ясного понимания, что я должен делать.
You know, I changed so much professionally. I changed the training, the preparation. If you look back at the 5 years ago when I was fighting against Jose Aldo, it was a whole different mentality. Like I didn't understand correctly what you must do to prepare to be a champion.
Есть пословица такая, поговорка, не знаю. Если хочешь идти быстро, иди один. Если хочешь идти далеко, нужно идти с командой. Вот, нужно обрастать командой.
You know, there's a saying, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with a team. So this is what I understood. You have to make sure to create a team around you. Фоточки сейчас с поясом надо сделать.